And he did beat a grandmaster, so absolutely not a walkover pairing at all. His performance rating, by the way, this is an FM. His performance rating and who he's played and beaten, if you think of his score, 4, 5, 6.5, he's on very, very good pace to get an IM norm from this tournament. He doesn't look like he'll be getting a GM norm. Maybe if he wins the last 2 games, but it looks very unlikely with so many weak players played. But he definitely looks like he's on pace, if not already secured an IM norm, even with a loss to ERIC. So I'm not sure, but that's the situation as it stands. Hello, Tom. Hello, Dave, Aiden. What's up, AB Shakespeare? Other Tom as well. We have all the Toms here. Hello, Brian. Big Habasu. Sheena's. Hello, Heminesco, Venus Chess, Sphinxy 9. Thanks again, Freddie Patzer. Flemmy Falcon Man, thanks for the 5 months with Prime. Going great over here, Giant. Is ERIC on pace to getting an IM norm? Very much so. Morning, JL, CRG. Waiting for our camera as usual. I just got the word that the boys are running slightly behind, so. And because ERIC has the white pieces, it's quite possible that his opponent's already at the board, but we have no proof of that with a move because ERIC makes the first move. Champ. Go you. 43 months, tier 3. Thank you very much, champ. 1977. And most importantly, go ERIC. Important game today. Hopefully we can get a dub. What's up, Lolly? The Assland. Blunderbra, 77 months. Thanks for the resub, Blunderbra. Good to see you. Hey, good morning from me to you, Baz Maniac. Hope you're doing well. As I keep saying, we're here for the round 9 game of ERIC against an FM. Feeling like a dub today. But like I said, I got word. Boys are running slightly behind, so maybe a little bit until we get our cam. Thanks for the 21 months, Algu. So, has anyone heard of this movie? It Ends With Us. It's new. I think at least it's new in Canada. Just released. Like yesterday, pretty much. It's a Blake Lively. I shouldn't say it's hers, but there's some controversy around it pretty much being hers. But she's in it. you think a book is essential in order to improve openings? No, I mean, nowadays, the best way to improve your openings is usually with a series or a course of some sort. And that might be a free course or kind of series that you might find on YouTube, or it might be a paid course. Shout out my London system. But I think those are the most accessible and easiest ways. A book is just like a course in a more convoluted way to consume. You know, it's just tougher to access. It's a lot easier to have a course that's laid out, video explanations, everything compatible in like PGNs and whatnot. So a book is just a much worse version of that nowadays. What's the time control? It's a classical game, so there's going to be 30-second increment, but the guys have an hour and a half. Sounds dystopian. Are you talking about the movie I was talking about, Chess Dude Guy? Or whatever AB is talking about. The movie was good. I really, really liked it, which is very rare for me to say. I was quite impressed. Hey, there's a first move, which means we have a cam. Let me get it up and running for us, guys. All right, here we go. All right, we're up and running here. Okay, let's have a look. Welcome if you just joined us here. We have kind of a main line here, and what a special opening for me. The Taimanov. Definitely one of my favorites. Does anyone else play this opening? Or at least play e4, so you probably faced it from the white side and you're required to know a little thing or two about it. Completely unaware Airbus driver. Completely unaware. Oh, this is big news, ABD. This is big news. What, something that you guys ate? Okay, let's have a look here. Taimanov, main line, knight c6, knight c3, queen c7, queen d3. Very, very easy to look at a move like this and basically just think, what the hell? I had it played against me once, I want to say. Let's see if I can find it real quick. But the reason that I am remembering it so vividly is it was also the first time that it had been played against me. So one sec, let me see if we can hunt for it here. Yeah, so look at this. This is actually quite interesting. Queen d3 had only been played against me once, and it was against Aryan. And check out the date of this game, because it was from quite a while ago. 2017, February. So if you remember, 2017 was when I was like pushing to become a GM, which means it was the first year when I started learning the Taimanov, because that was not my main opening. I had much weaker openings from the black side. And this was during the Pro Chess League. So it was a rapid game. And the first time that I bring out the Taimanov as an opening, I'm against Aryan, and I'm like, I've studied it. I've maybe not even close to the level I'm at right now, but I've worked through it. I've like prepared it. Like I'm finally ready to try it. And the first time that I ever get the Taimanov, I got Aryan playing Queen D3. Bastard. Like no such main line. Motherfucker. Queen D3. It's like, what is this shit? Move doesn't even make sense. Like moving your queen instead of your bishop. Like what? Didn't even understand it. It makes absolutely no sense to me. So yeah, this was the game that I played against him. I went a6. I was like barely understanding the idea, and queen g3. And this is pretty much how white plays it. They leave the queen on g3, super annoying. And even if you leave your queen on c7, they still go queen g3. Like even if I had taken with the pawn, they still put their queen there, and they want to play this endgame. So anyway, that's a brief note on how I understand this opening to be played. And hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea as we now tune in to the game where Eric has just played queen d3, black has played a6, very standard move, and Eric has just played knight takes c6. So I think for the most part, this is the next intention. So we'll see what black does here. But I think Eric is choosing a pretty easy to understand approach to the game. Like, he's not trying to get into. I would say this is a sideline for sure. You think about all the main lines that exist in the Sicilian. There's like knight b5, knight b3, knight f3, bishop e3, bishop e2, h3, a3, g4, rook. Just like all the g3s, like a billion moves. So this is definitely considered a sideline. And yes, I would say this is theory. So what did I play in this position? Well, when I play the Taimanov, my goal is always to play b5, bishop b7. That's the main setup I know. That's what I always go for. So for better or for worse, I'm always trying to get that set up. Now, the engines nowadays are a lot different and have made some strides in the opening, right? So I'm not saying queen g3 is the absolute best move here, but it certainly worked well in the game that Aryan played against me. I'm sure that the engine can maybe do even better than that nowadays. That was 2017. That's a hell of a long time ago. 7 years? More than 7 years now. So we'll see how black takes back. I can say that queen c6 is the move that I think he wants to play. If I know, if I understand a Taimanov player. B takes c6 is usually the second reply that you would consider, but I'm guessing that Eric is going to play this, and this endgame is known to be very good for white. And I spent my time learning the Taimanov, actively trying to avoid this endgame because I kept seeing games in the database and I kept seeing like great scores for white. It's just brutal. This rook is so annoying on the h7 pawn. You're like forced to waste a move with that. g4, g5 is coming, and white can also like sink into the dark squares on the queen side as well, because you're most likely going to have to play d5. So the only other move to really consider is d takes c6, which ironically might actually be the best move, but I can say it's the least Taimanov move that you could play. And that's why and by the way, queen g3 is absolutely still a move. And once again, white just has like an easy game. So I don't know. This line has always been troublesome for me. And after queen d3, you're kind of playing against the Taimanov player, because a6 I do not believe is the top engine move, but it's the move you're always taught to play in the Taimanov. Like pretty much no matter what white does, you play a6. That's just how it works. You play queen c7, and your very next move is a6 every single time. That's how you play the Taimanov. You have to stop knight b5. You don't play a6 first. I mean, you can, but generally you don't. Now, white could maybe take and play e5. So you play queen c7 to deal with that. And then if your opponent plays knight b5, there are ways to handle it. So usually knight b5 is not played, and then you play a6 next. But then you get faced with this decision, and it's like, how the hell do I recapture? Both of these pawn moves, I'm used to queen g3, and it just feels like white has a position where maybe only they can play for a win type of thing. And queen takes c6 definitely keeps the game in the more Taimanov territory. But I don't know, maybe the engine really likes to move a4 here. I'm not up to date with anything, but at the time I found queen g3 quite annoying still. So we'll see. We'll see what gets played. But it's very understandable to me that black is in a deep think here, because I don't know, okay, he's an FM 2298. I imagine he's not super familiar with this line. I wasn't familiar at the time that it happened. We'll see. B takes c6. ABD was also talking about food poisoning for Eric. So queen g3 is a food poisoning move, if I've ever seen one. trade the queens off and let the position play itself. There we go. Yeah, no, that's a food poisoning move right there. Perfect. And effectively, this move, if it does not force a trade of queens, then black has to play this. It's really the only attempt. And I wouldn't put it past the opponent to do this. But I'm just saying, queen g3, Eric would probably be super happy with this position. From what I know about this, it scores super, super well. Yeah, like for example, I'm just going to change the scene so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So this particular position has like, a 16% win rate for black and a 50% win rate for white. Obviously with the drawing chances making up the rest, but it's just it scores so well for white in practice. It's just not a comfortable spot to be in. So very, very nice position. It's always scored well. The engine likes it. There's just so many good things about this. Yes, you can get d5, but believe me, in the hands of a strong player, this position it's a great position to have to start with. So I remember when I was studying the Taimanov, I was like, fuck, give me anything except this endgame. Anything except this. It's something you always want to avoid. So we'll see we'll see how black reacts here. To be honest, I think if you play the move d6, I feel like you have to have some kind of understanding of the opening, because you have to, in order for you to even conceive that d6 would be the move here, you'd have to understand that this is bad. It's not losing, but it's a tough position. You're on the back foot. So you'd have to have a good understanding of this to even know that you should be looking maybe for d6. Okay, d6 is fine here, and the goal is to set up e5, knight f6, but look at the difficulty black has developing, right? White's going to play bishop e2 to stop knight h5, and black is going to be in trouble because this bishop just always has trouble developing, and even if it finally does develop, maybe there's some cases where you could sack this pawn, like try to get rook g8. I don't know. Still, the structure is very fine for white. So we'll see what happens. I can say that if the guy's not too familiar with this line, and it already looks like he's not, based on how much time he's taken, and he's not like whipping moves out, I think we're going to see queen takes, and I think that's a very good thing for Eric. Well, no, Lally, that's the it works well, but it's not forced, right? You remember here, queen d3, a6 is the very standard move. So for a pure Taimanov player, queen d3 is troublesome, but for a versatile player, queen d3 is not really an issue, because black can potentially play a move like this, knight f6, and it doesn't work the exact same. It's just that most Taimanov players, exclusive Taimanov players, will play a6, so it does work well against that. Sinai Oyster, 78 months, tier 2 for the two twins on the way. Oh my god, congratulations. That's amazing. Do you still have the dogs as well? Can't remember if you had more than one dog, but you're gonna have a full house, man. Looking forward to the Christmas cards. Lolly, thanks for gifting us up to Slim MG. Interesting, Lolly. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a move. Um, Never thought about that. That's a pretty cool line. The thing is, like, even if the queen just retreats, white has a good position, so I know that this isn't good for black. But yeah, that's a cool line. I think it might work. I like that. Three dogs, one cat, two kiddos. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's gonna be quite the crew. I'm happy for you. I'm in that phase of my life now where, people I know, my peers, they're all starting to secure the full family life. Going to a few weddings coming up, so Nicola, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Nice to see a bronze medal for Serbia. Very deserved. Hello, Nicola. I've done pretty well this game so far. Not only did I have a game in reference between myself and Aryan, but I also have so far predicted every move. I know it's actually not very impressive because the whole thing is some kind of theory thing, but Black could have played a number of different ways, and I just know because I'm a Taimanov player, I know how a Taimanov player would react to these moves, and it's exactly like this. And you play this d5, and you think you're fine here, and you're just fucking not. You're just not. It's so disgusting. You have the center, you have the bishops, and then what did I tell you? G4, G5. This position is so disgusting. Knight f6, guess what the move is? It's fucking g5. Knight takes, and your pawn structure is just garbage. White plays moves like rook h4, develops long castles, and this pawn ruins your entire life. You're stuck defending this the entire game. You push here, you just get a weakness. There's no supporting this pawn. Let's imagine like rook here, f5, you're just not in time. Disgusting. Every game I've seen in database from this position is just brutal. Brutal. It has never looked like an interesting position to play from Black's perspective, and I worked very hard to come up with lines that would not put me in this position because it sucks so much. Hey, Java Bandit. Great to see you. Go Eric, indeed. Hey, Triple T. Captain Micmac, knight b5, usually queen b8 is the move with the intention to play a6 rapidly right after to kick the knight out. After d4, can white undermine it? Okay, we're definitely going to see this. And the thing is, after g5, first of all, I guarantee that the opponent's not really expecting this. He's probably like seen the move g5. I know this feeling like to a T. You sit there and you're like kind of confused by g4. And so you play this, thinking in your head like maybe... And by the way, there might be rook h4, like some weird different move order, but I'm pretty sure Eric's going to play g5. You might be thinking, okay, like maybe f3, bishop e2, I don't really know. Maybe he's going to take and then play g5 because you just see the fork. And then your opponent plays this and you're just like, fuck. You're like, huh? Can I really not take this? Like, what? There's such a sinking feeling when your opponent just like plays quickly and There's just like a center pawn hanging. You're like, huh? Oh my God, is this really bad for me? So, I mean, the knight can go to d7. Don't get me wrong. There's absolutely no way you're forced to take it. But again, you play knight f6, probably expecting to take it. So the move g5 comes as a shock to you. Yes, you can go knight d7, but you still have the same problems. This pawn is a target for the rest of the game. You can't castle safely there because it's so easy to target it as well. d4 by black is usually just a poor move. We can play like knight a4. There's going to be holes on like c4 for the knight to get to. Maybe knight b1 to c4, but I would say knight a4 looks good. But this g pawn is just completely crushing. I don't have any good things to say about this position for black. Okay, I see you here. I see you. But this position also seems to favor. You know? This just looks good as well. '92 as well. It all looks good. '92 is fine. Nothing wrong with this. I don't know anything about bishop c5. If there's any... Yeah, we have bishop e3. I don't know. Everything looks bad. Definitely not a position that concerns me for white. Hey, Fed. Good morning. It's so annoying right now. We're supposed to have Chess TV coverage for the tournament. And it's been directed to twitch.tv/chessbras the entire time. So I'm just sitting here watching this random ass non-existent channel. Just enjoy Chess TV. It's not even live. Fuckers. I know that's happened a few times. I remember a time or two, like Ben Feingold tried to raid the channel after a stream, which was nice. And he raided like Chess Bras, and then Ben showed up himself in the Chess Bra channel and was like, "Yeah, let's go Chess Bra," and I was like, "Hey Ben," and he woo raid. I was like, "Hey Ben, let's get you to bed." Another one predicted by Mr. Hambleton. To be honest, you might sit there and expect knight e4, but I just think the shock of g5 hitting you is so strong that you don't take it. At this point, you tuck your tail and you play knight d7 because there's no clear loss after knight d7. Like, you still have a very solid center with black, and it's just more like a foundational issue. White's going to play one of these bishop moves in long castle, most likely. Usually knight a4. And it's just a very nice position for white, but it will be a very long time before it becomes apparent why. Whereas knight e4, it is possible to sit there and be like, oh man, this is nasty, right? Because the rook is going to start swinging to a4, to c4, and the bishop can just like target these two pawns so easily. If you push it, I've got another bishop that's ready to target it, and this pawn holding back literally all these pawns is just so strong. There's no way to avoid an isolated pawn here, right? Like h6, we're taking, and again, the h pawn is garbage. So white just has such a structural advantage that I think you see this position and you mentally back out. Like you can't possibly go through with this move, knight e4, even though it was probably your plan. So the fact that your GM opponent plays this move, I think it's got to be knight d7 from black. And I think you sit there and you're kind of like dumbfounded. So you're trying to convince yourself like, what the hell? Can I really not take this pawn? And then you might notice rook h4 and you're like, yeah, that's not very good, is it? Got to go knight d7 and then just, you still have a good center there. It seems like knight d7 still fights. And let's not forget, he's on a pretty good run right now. Like he's played a good tournament. He's beaten a GM. So I don't think he's interested in playing like some game where he's grinding slightly worse position. You're most likely just gonna get outplayed there. It's not a very fun position. Like there's zero counterplay. You just have weaknesses. You're worse. Like there's no benefits, no pros to that position. Whereas at least knight d7, it's very clear. Knight d7 is also a useful move. It's controlling some squares that white might want to get into himself. So knight d7, I think, is definitely the decision that black's going to take, but he just needs some time right now to think and calm himself down that knight e4 is not possible. So there you go. Knight d7. We expect that one. And as I said, white's probably looking at moves like bishop d2, bishop f4. I would say the most solid move looks like bishop d2 to me. But bishop f4 is quite fun. So if bishop d2, one thing I'm looking at is bishop c5. But white usually just goes f3, locks everything, and then castles, plays knight a4, maybe c4 in the future, something like this. Bishop d3, I don't know. H-pawn is really troublesome. Why is it such a problem? Black can't castle easily. Do you know how uncomfortable black's position is? You have to leave your king in the center, but white's going to bring some rooks in at some point. Like, it's not that simple. And you're not going to castle this way. So if you never castle because of the h-pawn, it's a huge problem. It really, either leaves your rook out of play. So you either have to take this isolated pawn or you have to castle. And both moves don't look good. So knight a4 is possible, but I don't really see the benefit in that trade right away. I feel like ERIC will want the knight on the board. So one of these three bishop moves, and of the three, I like bishop e3 the least because bishop c5 is there. I don't think you're interested in trading with black. So I would expect one of these two bishop moves. And to be honest, bishop f4 might be the best one, but bishop d2 might be the food poisoning move. It just, I don't know how much I want to sit here and think about this, double pawns and whatnot. So I would say that bishop d2 is the food poisoning move. Just no problems on the knight. You're not going to have like double pawns or anything. Just bishop d2 and castle. Seems safe. Yeah, g3 f4, futuristic AB. Not saying it's not going to happen, but we don't need to plan on that just yet. Especially because bishop here, f3 might be needed to just be a little more solid momentarily. But once we build up our position properly, get the bishop out, get castled, maybe include a knight a4, maybe a king b1, maybe a b3. There's also a really, really simple plan. Depending on how black sets up their pieces, white might literally go bishop d2, f3, castle, bishop e2, and just rook h4, rook h1. And tell me how you're defending this pawn on h7. It's actually so annoying. So don't underestimate simply doubling the rooks on the h file. So black might need to play f6 Java, but mainly out of like black's not happy to play this. So let's say that this move does get played. F6 can happen. Of course, we're taking no matter what happens. Pawn takes, there's clear weakness. You can take with the knight. But again, I don't even think black's threatening anything here. If I castle, like, this is not a thing. This is so bad for black. You're up a pawn, but it's very, very temporary. So, yeah, you can do it. Maybe he will. But you're looking at a position where, what is it, move 13, and you've got one knight developed. Meanwhile, white's like castling, has the better structure. So it's not the end of the world, but it's just on the wrong trajectory for black. Bishop e2, by the way, is also a reasonable move. I just think the plan is to long castle quickly. And because of that, I want to rush developing my dark square bishop as opposed to my light square bishop. But it is fair to say, like, okay, bishop e2 is a fine move. There's nothing wrong with this. I would just prioritize this naturally. But I think ERIC is, honestly, as I keep saying, super happy with this position. This is what I would call a non-stressful game. You're playing a lower rated player. The queens are off the board. It's not highly tactical at all. You clearly have a position where your pawn structure is superior. You have notable targets in the position, and it seems relatively clear how your pieces develop. Of course, the move order requires a lot of precision, and like, I'm not saying this is a game you can blitz out moves, but it's definitely not stressful. And if what Airbus Driver was saying is correct, then you definitely don't want to play a very tactical, like a lot of heavy calculation. And it seems like ERIC has the opposite, which is great. Obviously, grandmasters as well tend to excel at these slow moving, maneuvering, small edges with clear weaknesses for the opponent. This is a very trademarked way that a strong player will beat a lower rated player. So hopefully we get to see some of ERIC's technique here. It is Coolby. ERIC is, I mean, when you think about someone like Hikaru, he started streaming like full time, and to be honest, he's probably not just maintained his chess level, but even improved it, especially relative to the field. Like, he's almost playing his best chess. Now, he might not admit that. I'm sure he certainly wouldn't say he's in his prime, but the numbers are there. Like, he's performing incredibly well. There's more online events, so that might suit him. But even in the candidates, I mean, he had a great showing, which is interesting because usually the opposite happens. When you start focusing on streaming, you're not necessarily playing your best chess. But ERIC's also a little bit similar. He really doesn't study that much, like, at all. But whenever he plays over the board chess after a decent break, he doesn't seem to lose a lot of his ability. I feel like I lose a ton of my ability in OTB chess, a ton. Like, it feels so out of practice. I'm definitely someone that needs regularity in study, regularity in playing, because I don't feel good about my over the board chess after streaming for so long and not really playing over the board. It's like I'll just be taking L's to like 2200s with chessable courses. But every time Eric's like kind of out of it for a bit and goes back into it, I feel like he performs usually at his rating or higher, which is to me very impressive. It means he just has a lot of natural ability. Hello, Mandarin Monkey. Good morning to you, sir. I think we have a fantastic position here that we've been discussing. Great position to play for a win in, but just great position anyway. So very happy with the opening so far. I was sharing how this was an opening that Aryan played against me for the first time ever. When I first started learning the Taimanov, the first game I ever tried the opening against in a serious capacity was Aryan, and he played this goddamn queen d3 sideline, and I didn't know how to handle it, and I barely know how to handle it now. It's just so annoying. And the game played out exactly as I've been predicting, and very similar to just how this move works in general, but it's so simple, so solid. Like, you just take, you trade, you play queen g3, and the endgame is just better, significantly better for white, mainly because of this g4 g5, mainly because it's g4 g5 move, and you just can't really take on e4 without getting a horrendous structure. No, g4 g5 is an old idea. This line is so old. I was studying this line in 2017 when I was learning the opening, and I was actively trying to avoid it because all the games in the database, simply white goes like g4 g5, and it's just like, you're just worse. And so I never played into this line on purpose. But this guy's walked into it, and yeah, this is, you can look at the database. White scores like 50% from this position. Black scores like less than 20. Nasty. The game that I played against Aryan was in the Pro Chess League Coolby, so it was definitely not a classical game. But it was still like it was a serious game against a professional player, so it was definitely a great test for the opening back when I was studying it. But it's so annoying because, like, I spent so long studying the Taimanov. I'm finally ready to bring it out, and this bastard just like plays queen d3 sideline. I'm like, oh my god, I don't know anything about this. I was so ready for every other line. Is it weird commentating one slow game at a time? Um, Not really. This is how the commentary was usually done. Now there's like blitz and rapid events and more online events, but you know, back in 2016, 17, this is the only kind of commentary we did because it's the only kind of tournaments there were. World Cup, World Championship, like, we've done tons of commentary on slow chess. It's normal in chess to get up and walk around if it's not your turn. Brutal to like sit there in a chair for the entire time. So wait and see how Eric develops here. Bishop f4 was the other one. The reason, and it doesn't even make sense, why I was holding back was maybe this. I guess this is not a concern. And perhaps if it's not a concern, then you should do it. I thought bishop d2 was the lazy move, but now that Eric's spending so much time, I'm thinking maybe he's leaning towards like a bishop f4. I just thought, why even deal with this? But to be honest, it's pretty bad for black. But it goes back to, okay, the reason that there is something in chess called a clean advantage or a clear advantage is usually if, let's say, we have a symmetrical position, except I have two bishops and you have a bishop and a knight. That's a clear advantage. It's a clean advantage. It's distinct. It's just we have everything the same, but I have the difference is in my favor. The reason that I'm saying bishop d2 is a lazy move is because right now, I think white has a clean advantage. Everything seems to be in white's favor that is different in the position. Or at least there are many more in white's favor than black's. If I go bishop f4 and black goes here and we get this position, I think overall my advantage according to the engine has increased. But I wouldn't necessarily say that I have a clean advantage anymore because it's not clean. I have some liabilities in my own position. I don't think that they outweigh the liabilities in black's position, but because I have double pawns, there are now positions I have to be careful of where I could be worse because I have double pawns. But there are not many positions where I could be worse here because my structure is perfect. Everything's great. So even though my advantage has actually increased probably according to the engine after bishop f4, some people like to play chess where they just mitigate. They only want to take advantages that increase from their side. They never want to take any risk where they're like assuming a position where, actually, if I don't play this well, it could be worse for me later. So I think bishop d2 is lazier. It's a move that I would do. Because I'm like, yeah, this might be really good, but, so it can be bad to think only exclusively in one of those two ways. If you only build your advantage up in ways that clearly make your position better and you never assume any weaknesses or risk, even if it increases your advantage more, you just never want those liabilities, then you're probably not going to win a ton of games because there are going to be moments where your decisive opportunity for a massive advantage means you have to assume some risk in order to gain a lot more. So if you're the kind of player that doesn't really assume any risk ever, you're going to miss tons of opportunities. But the other side of that is if you're the type of player that assumes risk all the time, like, oh yeah, this looks good too, but then you're not playing those positions consistently well, then you're constantly taking double pawns, and then maybe the next decision you make is you trade your bishop away. And it's like, all of a sudden, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? And so you have to have a little bit of both, obviously, which is the best universal chess style. But players will naturally tend to favor one of those two more than the other. I favor the low T approach of like, let's play the safest move most of the time. And as a result, I probably miss out on larger advantages that I'm not willing to assume certain risk for. And then there are other players that take way more risks. And I'm like, wow, that's a shocking move. But yeah, it works. I wouldn't have played it. But then those players are usually not converting the really small advantages very well. Is a3 bad to prevent bishop b4? I mean, it's not a bad move, but yeah, it's a bad move. What's a3? Bishop b4 can be dealt with by bishop d2. So what's a3? A3 is like it's not zero risk. It's the opposite of zero risk. A3 is just slow. You want to stop bishop b4? Play bishop d2 and castle. Then bishop b4 is ineffective. A3 stops bishop b4, but at the cost of forfeiting basically a whole move. Valuable tempo. Sarlander, thanks for the 55-month resub. Sarlander 4. Hey, Rudren. I don't actually know if I have the answer to that question better than you. You can just look at my FIDE profile and it'll tell you the last classical tournament I played. I can't really remember, to be honest. But I don't play much nowadays. Played like a couple Canadian tournaments. That's about it. Annual, bro. All right, f3. I have no qualms with this move because what was I saying? After bishop c5, we were basically going to play f3 anyway. And I think now ERIC is maybe hoping for a move like this, and then he would play bishop d2 in response. So no problem with this because this looks like it was going to be part of all of my plans anyway that I was mentioning earlier. And depending on black's next move, maybe ERIC can choose the better bishop move based on what information he gains. So oh, damn, that's a good point, Tim. Oh, wow. I forgot. I'm missing breakdancing. Yeah, no, I do have to tune in here. I'm assuming everyone saw the breakdancing highlights. It was honestly worse than field hockey, if that was possible. So the thing about that, Sean, is I'm actually thinking now about my G pawn, but I was thinking to myself that I could play bishop maybe e3 once you've committed this, because now if you move again bishop c5, I'm not that worried. But bishop here, I actually hadn't really considered this. And then that's actually kind of annoying. So bishop d6. Yeah, it looks like I have to allow this check. Because Always assuming that we could do this, but this doesn't actually look that easy. Yeah, like we definitely have to move our king. Wouldn't say this is like ideal. And rook h3, I guess you can play rook h3 because okay, e5 is not really danger. So yeah, maybe rook h3. I feel like I would actually default to rook h3 here because bishop d6, bishop g3 looks pretty annoying. But bishop d6 looks like a very natural reaction, I have to say. Yeah, I was very okay with bishop d2 castle as a very quick plan. But I'm trying to think why Eric might have chosen that move order. It wouldn't be because of a d4 move. It might be because of a bishop b4 move, but you could just play f3 after if that was bothersome. And maybe it's bishop c5, but then you could play f3. So, I don't know. Like, yeah, I have no problem with f3 because it's part of the... It's a move that I want to play, so I don't really have any issue with it. But, yeah, this bishop d6 move is kind of proving itself to maybe be an issue with it. That bishop g3 is a little bit difficult to deal with. You can, like, give a check. I don't know. Maybe this is not that bad, but it's just not how I'm familiar with handling it, so... Why not play king f2? Well, king f2 is also a commitment, right? Like, it's kind of okay, but it's not really where we want that king. Like, rook b8, now we can't really develop our bishop. I don't know. That doesn't feel right. Hyperborax, thanks for the 46 months with Prime. Appreciate you, Hyper. If rook b8, the bishop on c8 is stuck. But what about rook b8 makes this bishop stuck? Isn't the bishop just as stuck whether the rook goes here or not? I'm wondering what that has to do with it. Okay, so black played bishop b7, which that's fantastic to see, in my opinion, because I don't know. I was slightly bothered by this. I'm not going to lie. And Eric played bishop d2 very quickly. The fact that he played it quickly is almost kind of telling me like, okay, interesting. Maybe he realized like, okay, actually, yeah, the priority is to get castled Regardless, I'm happy to see bishop d2. It's the move I wanted to play previously. Now that this move can be answered by castling, I'm back to really liking the position again. Perhaps it's fair to say that these moves were played in the wrong order, but due to bishop b7, I guess it doesn't really matter. One thing bishop b7 says, as opposed to maybe having a rook b8 move played, it says that black is probably considering the move c5. So, for example, if c5 happens now, takes long castle seems correct. But I feel like that's what Eric's opponent is considering here. That's a fair point, Futoto. But remember, the bishop is only ever developing on this diagonal, aka only ever to one square. So it would always have the pawn covered regardless. Why is the tournament held in Croatia? I don't know. Why are the Olympics held in Paris? They're the ones hosting it. I'm not really sure I understand the question. Nate the Great, thanks for 46 months. Welcome back, Nate. Yentai, congrats. If we don't see c5, I'm wondering what else will be played. Now there's no danger of rook there. Look, if black just plays bishop e7, I'm assuming Eric's going like this. As soon as you castle, I'm in the business of just doubling on the h file. that looks annoying. Hello, Aiden. We don't have to take, not at all. I like the idea of taking because if I take and castle, I'm just thinking to myself, like, isn't rook e1 coming very quickly? That's right, Mannered Monkey, the pawn on g5. What did I tell you guys at the beginning of the game? Oh my god, this pawn on g5 completely dominates the game. White has such a massive advantage just from that pawn. Thank you and hello to Yanor Chess. Welcome, welcome. Hey, great to see you, Eddie. I don't know how familiar you are with this endgame from the Taimanov, but it's very, very good for white. So I think there's like a couple things that could happen. Either black does not make any central pushes and just develop some castles. At that point, I think we just play simple developing moves and maybe even double rooks on the H file. That looks really annoying. And if black is making these central pushes, like for example, E5, I do not think we take. C5, I'm more likely to take. Here, I don't think we go there. I think we castle. Okay, it's not like obligatory, but knight A4 immediately comes to mind. Because even this pawn structure is actually not that bad. White has this very useful defensive move, rook H4 incoming. And I'm just looking at these dark squares, like, so problematic. Bishop C4 with the open F file. And F6, I can even reply G6. So yeah, E5, I was thinking knight A4. Or castle. Like castle and then knight A4 could be just as good. But anyway, Eric's one move away from castling. I don't see any danger with a move like that. Here, I think we want to take. Still fine not to, but I think we want to take. And then E5, I think we don't want to take. Kind of weird. Hello to Ilya Nishnik. Didn't know Eric still played classical. There's a few things changing, Ilya. I think you showed up once and you were remarking that, you know, the boys were still playing CSGO. And then I think you showed up another time, saw me with glasses. Showed up another time, Eric's playing classical. You know, some things never change, some things do. What's been going on with you, Ilya? What are the life updates? Are you still playing classical? Yep, bishop d6 is a very fine move, and I mean, it doesn't take a goddamn rocket scientist to play long castle here. This move looks so automatic to me. I was actually really, I have no, this is the part of the game I actually don't have an explanation for. I don't know why we didn't play this first before that. I don't know why black didn't play this first before that. The move order was a little bit odd to me, but long castle seems necessary. The only move I'd play other than long castle is rook h3. So maybe for some reason Eric doesn't want the king there, but if you play rook h3, it seems like you're only going to long castle and play rook h1 in the future, so may as well do it now. Love the position for Eric, as I keep stating. I like the position. Waiting, as we've seen, everyone's trying to delay things, but we're waiting for some commitment. So what is black going to do? I can tell you one thing. This move does not feel good. It really doesn't. Something about this move, like, I'm not saying it won't be played, but something about it feels off. So if you play this, your next move probably has to be f6. If not, I start to get very concerned. So let's say I play like a bishop move like this. Either you're playing rook there for knight f8 to cover that, which is very defensive, passive in nature, or you're playing f6. And f6 makes some sense. Like, I guess you can play knight takes, but bishop d3. I feel like white's always happy. This move looks very strange. Even though, I don't know, I guess it could be played. I haven't seen a Taimanov position that features long castling, maybe ever, so I just wouldn't even ever consider it. King e7 I could see, but that pawn is still weak over there, and I'm not convinced the king in the center of the board is actually good. So, I don't know. Black's in a position where you need to commit the king. A move like this, at the very least, it allows that. I don't know if that's good. But it feels like the king has to make a decision here. That's what we're waiting for on this move. Is h5 a thing? I mean, I'm just taking en passant, right? Hello, Boop Lord. Yeah, I was talking about castles, rook d8, knight f8, but as I said, it's very, very passive. Yes, it deals with that threat, but just kind of a short-term band-aid. I don't think black can put up with this pawn the whole game. And I think the longer that you wait without dealing with it, the worse it is. So I am expecting at some point black will play an f6 move. I don't know. It's really hard to say. d4 has always been a possibility. But as you notice, like ERIC hasn't been bothered by it and his opponent hasn't played it. So yes, it can always be played. The knight will almost always jump to a4 afterwards. Okay, black can play c5 or e5 just to close things up. But white just always does well here. Maybe bishop d3, but most importantly b3, knight b2, at some point maybe c3, king b1. I mean, I control all the light squares here. Very nice position for white. So absolutely not anything that white would be concerned. I would be very happy to see my opponent play this. It's initiative. Thanks for the 23. But at some point you might get impatient and you're just like, yeah, you want to clarify things, so you play it. But I don't think it's good. c5 is actually the move pawn structure wise that I like the most for black. With knight b5 covered, this pawn covered, and you can defend with knight b6 as well. And then if takes, then I like d4 a little bit more. At least my bishop's slightly more open. But, this is already a question that I have. Like, oh, is this good? But maybe the king can just go to c7 and it's not that bad. So I don't know. Of all the things I've looked at, I feel like either the full passive approach. There's three approaches that I could really see, which is like, the castling idea. c5 looks very risky, but castling comes with f6, or castling comes with like a knight f8. The one you would like to see the most as white is castling and putting the knight on f8 because it's just non-threatening. The one that I feel is the most likely is castling with the idea of f6 because you just have to free things up. And then if black really thinks about the position, I feel like c5 is possible. c5 does not look like the most natural, but with some calculation, it feels like, you can maybe tuck the king away. It doesn't look that bad. Long castle is possible here. Absolutely. I don't think it's very likely. I'd be surprised by it. I've never seen a Taimanov where long castle is played. It's rare you see a Sicilian at all where long castle is played. So, yeah. Hey, quantity sufficient. Go Eric indeed. Interesting. Knight takes d5, takes bishop e3, knight b6, and c4. A fancy way to trade everything. Could be a good way to trade everything, though. Knight takes is forced, right? Yeah, that's no good. Here, here, here. Yeah. I mean, we can take this eventually, but yeah, white should be better here. These pawns are no good. The rook kind of sneaks behind. Hey, nice to meet you, Andrew. I think that was the, must have been at the Blitz tournament then. You're very welcome. Hey, Baifu. How you doing, man? 39 months. Okay, play king e7. Very interesting. The way that black is playing, though, is very clear. He's not interested in this. He's not interested in like this. He's not interested in committing anything. He wants to leave this, which I think works a little bit in Eric's favor because when you've shown your hand like that you're just not really interested in committing any of your pawns, then I think white can play pretty carefree. I was saying that like a bishop move and then doubling the rooks looks like a very serious idea. I stand by that. Rook h3, rook h4, rook h5. I don't really know which rook move is best, but bishop e2, bishop d3 makes sense. And since black is staying like this, to me, it doesn't feel right to go knight there. That move is reserved for the move d4. So I like leaving the knight here, reacting to d4, and the knight's covering e4. So it's like I feel like we don't have to do anything. Whereas the threat against the h-pawn was a plan that I was calling for right from the start. So maybe bishop e2. Bishop e2 looks reasonable. Bishop d3 I've never really enjoyed just because the knight can jump in there. And with the king on e7, I don't feel like we're seeing c5 anymore. So I would move the rook, like one of these moves. Calling for this idea from before. The only thing about moving the rook is that it's like, should we move the bishop first and save that idea rather than committing? I'm not sure whether we want our bishop on a different square, and so we should save the bishop and move the rook. Because, like, think of it this way. Is white ever going to play rook there, and is white ever going to play bishop there to e2 and rook over? No, right? So if you sit there and really admit to yourself which move is more beneficial, I think it's the rook, because you always want your rook up here somewhere to double. But I'm not sure that I always want my bishop here. Maybe I want it here. Maybe I don't move it. So I think, and we just saw a move. Eric did the right thing. He moved the rook first because he simply understood that the rook needs to be here. And I want to wait to see black's next move before I commit. So great move by Eric. I continue to love the position. PyTorch, tier 3 resub for 83 months. Let's fucking go, PyTorch. Almost 84, which will be another big milestone for PyTorch. And PyTorch is one of the main, and certainly the most prominent tier 3 gifter. You heard me right. He just gifted 5 subs, but they're tier 3 subs. Who just got a tier 3 sub? That's crazy. The privileges that those individuals just gained in marbles. 5 tier 3s. That's big stuff. No, thank you very, very much, PyTorch. Yeah, if rook h5, then I think f6, the knight kind of hits the rook. If rook h4, you're on a dark square, so I can see why that's annoying. Rook h3 feels the safest. There's no bishop there. It feels the most out of the way. So I understand this move the most. The house that gives full-size candy bars on Halloween. That's a great, great reference. That's exactly what it feels like. Hello to Jeff. How are you, sir? Great to see you checking in. The Chief is in a big round 9 battle, but I'm loving the game so far. Really liking our chances here to just continue to apply the pressure and wait for a mistake. Construction. Oh. Wasn't sure if Jeff was practicing to be a chess commentator. I've always talked about how if you want to sound like a good chess commentator, just use the word construction in there. Rook h3. A phenomenal construction by the Grandmaster. Wow, that's very lucky then, Jeff. Worked out. So how does black respond to this? As I said, if you don't deal with his g-pawn, it's just brutal from that moment on. So what are you going to do? Oof, neighbor roofing? We don't like that. Yeah, another really good chess commentator word is the word sum. I know that doesn't sound very insightful, but the word sum can be used before a suggestion in order to mitigate all responsibility for the move not being correct and eliminate any requirements to analyze it properly. Nah, some rook h3 move. And then if he plays rook h5 instead, it was like, yeah, like I said, some rook h3, some rook h5. Yeah. And then in reaction to rook h3, it's like, I don't know if the rook's going to survive there. You know, maybe some knight f4 in the future. Draw a few arrows. Rook could be uncomfortable. Some knight f4, some dark squares. And then you just let everyone in chat be like, yeah, knight f4, maybe knight f8, knight g6, knight f4. And then once you bait them in with some knight f4, someone makes a suggestion, and then you're like, no, knight f8 wouldn't be that good here. White could just reply g3, f4, and that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Nice suggestion, though. So what's black going to do? If you're sticking by the I'm not actually going to play h6 or f6 plan, then what do you do about this pawn? You're about to lose it. I'm struggling here. Black is playing in a way that does not seem, it just does not seem like black has an answer to this. And now the reality is setting in when it's like 2 moves away that it's like, oh, right. What do I do about that? Twink time. Thanks for the 50 months. Cool, Eric. That's a good point. Quantity sufficient. I would like to see more NFL type of commentary in chess. You know, that's Manor Monkey there. Yeah, Manor Monkey's been in the Delaware system for quite some time. You know, Coach Rudebeck, Coach Stavros. They really had Manor Monkey just going through the program well, and he came out great fit, young lad from Delaware, and he's probably been doing this book and the playbook for quite some time. I need more of that. They always talk about like their schooling. He did 4 years in LSU. He came out looking like that. So I'm here for it. It feels like every time I'm watching an NFL game, they're talking about like dude's work ethic, like where he went to school, which like coaching staff, like Manor Monkey, that's 126 pounds of Sicilian theory. A real go-getter. You watch Levy's coach watch Levy play classical? Who is Levy's coach? I guess that makes sense that he has a coach. All of a sudden he's playing more seriously in classical. And his results have shown that he's definitely working on chess in the background. So, oh, Arthur's Nixons? No, I wouldn't say know him, but definitely played some tournaments. I'm assuming where he's been there. I don't think we've chatted too much. We're still prosecuting the advantage, ABD. The advantage is being well prosecuted. Opponent in a tough spot. As I said, Black has been playing very decent moves. Nothing wrong. But I've said the entire time, right? I've said the entire time, Black's position is the type of position from way back here where it's just bad. Like, I can't explain it in any other way. It's just the long-term outlook of the position is bad. Okay? There's rain in the forecast at 7 p.m. and you're sitting there with a smile on your face at 1 p.m. with no umbrella. It's like, what are you planning for 7 p.m., sir? Okay, c5 was just played. My usual reaction to the move c5 has always been pawn takes on d5. So I don't know if we want to do that or if we want to lean back on our bishop e2, rook h1 idea. So, for example, if we play bishop e2, my first thought is what happens if we take? Because if knight takes, I was thinking like maybe there's some way where if we could manage to trade dark square bishops here, even at the cost of that pawn and play knight e5, I could see that working. But it's very difficult to arrange. So maybe that's far-fetched. So I guess with the bishop on b7 and c5 played, d4 is a little bit better. And that's a big difference. So here, if d4 was played, we go here. And if c5, we have b3 to meet bishop c6 with knight b2. But now, take note of a small difference. If d4, bishop c6, well, b3 is significantly different because now black can take. We don't have time, right? Previously, black had to waste time playing c5 first and then bishop c6. So that actually means that in this position, I find the move d4 to kind of be a threat because I do not want to bring my knight back to e2. Black plays e5 and is actually really happy there. That's not the end of the world, but yeah, I really like pawn takes because now if d4, okay, I have some checks. If I want, I don't know, knight e4 first. What do we want to do here? Takes, rook e1. Let's play a random move. Rook h1. Here, I'm confident in knight e4. But on top of that, I even have rook e1. So I'm not even going to bother calculating it because I know I'm fine here. I'm not concerned at all. I have moves. Okay? We have this and this, no problem. So that's why I like taking. Now, takes. I want to play my bishop somewhere, like bishop, let's say bishop d3. But then, okay, c4, bishop f5 should be good. Yeah. And here we can probably go knight e2, bishop c3, knight d4, this kind of stuff. d4 doesn't look good. Knight e5. Yeah, it's not perfect. And yeah, this is what I was saying earlier, that the king can go to c7 here. 3 total draws. Guppy, that's right. Eric's probably going to spend some time here. Definitely have to locate the right idea. I've been thinking of taking, but I have to admit I don't really have an obvious follow-up to this. You could play b3 here so that, again, you're meeting d4 properly with knight a4. So maybe b3 is an idea, but we could also do this. Just ignore everything, stick to that plan. If this happens, knight e4, and just go all in on the h-pawn. So I feel like the two main plans I would consider would be like a bishop e2 plan to try to ignore it, and not bishop e2 now, because then d4, the knight has to go to a bad square. But maybe here, so that my knight has the central square, and I'm playing rook d h1. Because that still feels annoying for black. Knight f8 is not comfortable. Like, you're trapping the rook in there. It doesn't look good. And then the other way would be, I guess, some kind of, I don't know, waiting move. But if we're not playing this, bishop d3 is another one, but I have to say I didn't really like knight e5. If we go here, okay, yeah, black has this check. I was thinking knight there was one of the only moves, but even bishop check. Okay, bishop f4, king b1 is probably okay. Something about c5, I have always wanted to play pawn takes. Rook e1? Yeah, absolutely. I already talked about this move. I think black plays king d8, king c7, and I'm not actually sure if that check helped. Oh, 08 Aggie, thanks for the 28 months with Prime. Yeah, the king is actually kind of uncomfortable in the center. So the only reason I would want to check is if I can gain something from it. But it seems like I'm mainly just chasing the king kind of where it wants to go, like to safety. Hello, Shizno. Yeah, I like the e takes d5 move. Even though I have to admit I'm not 100% sure on my next move. I like this to free up a square because d4 is a little bothersome. And if I'm not playing b3, I need an answer to d4 because I do not like knight e2. I do not like knight a4, bishop c6 when the pawn can take. So, or sorry, when the bishop can take and I have to take with the pawn. So this feels like a good start. But then honestly, I could see like taking and then bishop e2, going all in on this. You know what else I was just thinking? Because what do I really want to do? I was just thinking of this. What do I really want to do? I want to attack this pawn. And so that's why I even considered bishop e1. But if I play bishop e1, I'm giving up this diagonal. Bishop e3 is just never makes any sense, and then there's no other squares. So maybe what we could do is king b1, trying to play bishop c1. Does that make any sense? It's like a very, very, very solid approach. It once again hands nothing over to the opponent. And bishop c1 gets out of the way to make a pretty comfortable threat on the d pawn. And again, I feel very comfortable after this move because it feels like we always handled it really well with rook e1, knight e4. And then my bishop can jump out to like d3 or c4. So I actually kind of like that. Takes and then the slow king b1. Bishop c1. I know, it looks so strange. But maybe even after this, the knight could like recycle to some useful squares over here as well. The other thing that I like about this is that it looks like it's not doing anything. So it's a slow move. It concedes nothing. Whereas, you know, bishop here concedes something. Maybe black will take it, right? I don't know. The other line without taking also conceded something with bishop c6. So king is uncomfortable. I'm not eager to chase the king unless I have to. I don't know. King b1. ERIC is clearly better but not winning is a great summary, Baz Maniac. I think both players at the table here understand that ERIC is slightly better in this game, but certainly not winning. Not in that territory yet. But you see why black played c5, right? He felt the pressure of just a simple plan like this working and immediately had to clarify things. So, yeah, I'm not sure what Eric's going to come up with here. Maybe king b1 immediately is a move as well, but personally I don't like this. It's an interesting idea from Kurtz as well. Bishop e2 with knight b1, and you know, this does make sense to me. I like this a lot from Mannered Monkey. But yeah, basically knight a4 is just not an option. So bishop e2 maybe to encourage d4, and then knight b1, knight a3, knight c4. I like this very much. Knight b6 is just not in time. Knight a3 and then b3. Not b3 first because I'll sack the pawn, but knight a3. This game is all about maneuvering, piece placement. The reason why I like bishop e2 and this particular plan is it executes on rook h1, rook h7 immediately. So it looks like we're very close to winning a pawn. So those are my two bits of analysis. I like taking in king b1, strange idea, but I also really like bishop e2, what Mannered Monkey suggested, but with a different idea. Definitely not playing knight a4. Bishop e2, just looking to execute this with knight maybe to a3. So I think we have two good options at least there. Maybe Eric's thinking of something else, or maybe like a different version of those. To me, though, I guess the move that makes the most sense that I've always liked is pawn takes pawn here. But if that's not the move we go for, I think bishop e2 with rerouting this knight makes the most sense. How are we taking h7? Well, I feel like I've outlined this idea 5 to 10 times this game, but yeah, just rook h1, and I don't know how black's defending that pawn. Like knight f8 is such a garbage move to play. Disconnects the rooks, and what, you're going to leave your rook on h8 trapped the whole game? h7 is such a liability, so tough to defend. No, probably not fourth shot crits. Probably not. H5 by black? I mean, you'll have to. If you're suggesting H5, don't ask me whether H5 is good anywhere here. I'm going to ask you, how is H5 good anywhere here? Because in all these situations, you're going to have to explain how you're not just losing a pawn. So that's a question for you, not for me. D takes E4 after bishop E2. AB I would probably take with a knight to force you to give up the bishop pair. But after F6 there, probably just ignore it. Play rook DH1. H7's attacked. Thanks, Mr. Andy 011. Got the double ones at the end of the name. Resubbing for double ones, 11 months with Prime. Thanks, Mr. Andy. And AG. I think AG has a song for us. Okay. Let's hear this. Coming up next, AG. Thank you very much. Interesting. Well, in general, no. I don't think so. Like, am I worried about this position? No. I'm also not convinced that on the previous turn I had to play bishop c1. The nice thing about king b1 is it doesn't necessarily force bishop c1 on the next turn. So, okay, I could maybe do something better here, right? I don't need to do that. For example, bishop f4 seems to be, now that you've played knight e5, a far better version of the exact same idea of uncovering the attack, especially with the rook e1 there. So I would probably go there. But, I mean, yeah, in this particular case, am I concerned? Still probably not. I think this move's still fine, but also knight a4, and then if bishop c6, we can go knight b6, knight c4, just to get that nice blockade and then focus back on this plan on the h-pawn. But I think it's all irrelevant because I would probably play bishop f4 here. This looks much better. But as I said, it's unsurprising to me that Eric's going to take his time here because it's kind of a big moment. Because it's two very different plans. I see bishop e2 being a clear plan, allowing this maybe, but then I can also see taking. And if you're not playing king b1 there, maybe it's a little bit annoying how to proceed. Like rook e1 feels so good, but the king moves. The most natural line to me is takes and rook e1. This feels the best because you're disconnecting the rook. The king has to move again. But then you start looking at it. It's like, well, I can't actually increase the pressure. The king goes here. So I don't know how good this is. But it's easy to see how you could kick the king back, play bishop e2, and hope to play rook h1 and just win the pawn. Like, this is a very valid approach. It's pretty brute force, but it's pretty good. Yeah, we can keep it simple. Are you guys team capture on this turn or team not capture? So not capture gives you a much larger range of moves to choose from. But I think the likelihood of this is high enough that that's a pretty fair 50-50. Yeah, bishop d3 in a lot of lines. I'm often bothered by knight e5, often bothered by allowing c4. I don't know if that's all valid, but comes to mind. I just saw that the high jump final is about to start, and obviously, if you remember the last high jump final Olympic moment, it was the one where the two guys shared the gold medal. If you remember that, so pretty cool to return to the Olympics and both be competing again for gold after both sharing a gold medal in the last Olympics. That's I feel like that has almost never happened before. I mean, the gold medal is already historic, but then to both be back in the next Olympic cycle and both be competing again, I feel like that's really cool. Yeah, they were tied for first last Olympics. Yeah, something about bishop d3. I thought maybe knight e5. Hey, team E takes d5. Woo. This move will be a pretty a pretty serious indicator of what plan ERIC wants to go for. I don't know. These were the only ones that I really considered, but maybe there are other moves here as well. I mean, b3 is not ridiculous to have knight a4, knight b2 available, but somehow it feels, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with b3, but it just feels like at least bishop e2 has a very simple idea. Put it that way. Bishop d3 is definitely possible, but I just kept feeling like knight e5 is so strong against it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Eric can make a move that's too disastrous here. All of these, in their own way, kind of look fine. Ooh, deep idea from Tommy. Bishop d3, knight e5, bishop e2. Not crazy at all, Tommy. Probably what's going to happen there to you is d4. And if knight e4, bishop takes, and then your pawns start to get disconnected, and black has a really nice blockade on e5. I feel like that might be what he goes for in that case. Don't call me live. Thanks for the 46 months with Prime. Yeah, I don't think this is ridiculous either. G3, F4. I question whether we have enough time to do that, though. I would also say as soon as you play the move G3, black becomes a little bit more okay playing the move H6, because then this is hanging, and like I could play rook G8. It's kind of nice having the pawns like that, just all defended. And then this one's kind of sticking its neck out. But yeah, there's really nothing wrong with almost any of the suggested plans. It's more like, yeah, you just have to see a future beyond that idea. Whatever idea you have, it's probably justifiable here. I think white has a number of good courses of action. Even rook h4, the move Eric played. I can also see a really easy justification for rook h4. Let's think about this. It's such a weird position. I can actually see like 5+ different good ways that white can continue, and they're all a little bit different. This plan, this plan, this plan, this plan, this plan. Really all looks fine. Eric goes rook h4. And immediately I'm thinking, well, he is kind of, this is the equivalent to me of playing king b1. Because I want to move this bishop and attack this pawn, but I don't want to leave this diagonal. So king b1, bishop c1, Eric's basically doing something very similar. He wants to play bishop f4. And the really nice thing about trading the dark squared bishops and what Eric could accomplish here is, for example, this. I don't know. Let's imagine this happens. Maybe we could even slide all the way over. Okay, this pawn is hanging. We might have to go rook f5 here. Yeah, the point I was trying to make was like, okay, this, for example, I was thinking like the rook can still be useful swinging on the 4th rank. Like a rook a5, if I get there, it's like perfectly placed. So I could just see the rook being useful on the 4th rank here as well. And it also guards e4, so that d4, knight e4, right? It's defended. I like it. I like it. I have to say king b1 was my preference, but as I said, it's very like personal, the decision. I don't think like the engine is I don't think following the engine is a good way to look at this position. A lot of very valid plans. And Eric likes this one, rook h4, clearly with the idea of bishop f4. What should we do with the bishop on f1? Do we need to do with the bishop on f1? The only reason we need to move this bishop is for this plan. But Otherwise, we don't really need to move it. It hits this pawn, so there's always an idea to swing the rook over and make use of it there. Okay, eventually we'll probably move it up one square or something, but we don't really need to do that much. So I actually think leaving it on f1 is very valid here. Regardless, I like the position Eric's in. I stand by it. This game is the game that you want to play. I think he's handled it pretty well so far. Move count. That's an interesting question. 17. No, there's no extra time in this tournament. No extra time. Damn. PyTorchin just taking care of the lad there. Tier 3 subs. Right this way, sir. Right this way, sir. Tim, would you get his bag? Please. Eddie, could you handle his briefcase? Take him over here to the private lounge. Very kind of PyTorch. Another tier 3 gifted sub. Couldn't see the Hikaru interview after his match yesterday. I was teaching a gym class, so I actually don't know. RPM, Ryan, thanks for 66. Speaking of tier 3s, Ryan's one of his own. Thanks very much. Getting inching closer to 69. AB Shakespeare catches a naked wild hacks 11. That must have recently expired. I swear he was a sub in the chat just like almost 30 minutes ago. Men's 800 meter. And oh my God, I don't know if Canada just won gold, but it looks like they might have just missed out. Very close. He was faster than the guy in the closing, but oh, I think he might have just missed it. Oh, we got some moves. Those were quick. So without knight e5 now, the bishop does make sense on this square. So rook h4 worked out really nicely. Knight b6. There's no knight e5, so we can play bishop d3 comfortably. If c4, then remember this rook actually does a good job containing the pawn here as well. So you can't really play like c4 and then d4. Ooh, g6. Well, this move is a full admittance of losing a pawn, right? Obviously, there's no saving it now. I'm telling you guys, this pawn on g5 is going to win the game. Like, precisely, Eddie. Precisely. So obviously Eric will be happy to see this. This is the obvious move that you can waste no time playing. It does seem like black is maybe intending like c4 and bishop there. d4 never looks good because there's a couple nice responses. Oh my God. The men's 800 meter final finished Kenya first place 141.19. Canada, second place, 141.20. Fuck. And the Canadian guy would have passed. Would have passed him if the race was like a couple meters longer. So close. Eric dominating here. Rook h1. Such a controlled position. These pawn moves just don't make any major threats. After rook h7, by the way, you're not out of the fire. Bishop takes g6 is available right after rook takes h7. So not easy at all. Love the position. It's gotten better and better. h7 cannot be defended, so black is absolutely checking a pawn here. I don't even know what to recommend at this point. Like, that doesn't even work. It feels like it's easy to blunder that, be so frustrated with your position. You're like, okay, I'll lose a pawn and just go here and kick the rook out, and then that doesn't even work. So I don't know. You have to like bring the king over this way, but what are you really doing after this? Hang on a sec. Do you have to go knight back to d7 and then knight e5? Like, I'm having a hard time just even dealing with the threat. So this is what I was thinking. I don't know. Anyone have any bright ideas? It looks like rook h7 is super annoying. Not only you're losing a pawn, but like you have more things to deal with after that. It's not just the pawn. Gakkos, thanks for the 68 months. We're nearly there. Yeah, so black plays c4. Look, when the position is looking rough and you're faced with losing a pawn, obviously, what do you default to? Concrete moves like c4, where you're like, okay, you're gonna do something to me, let me like make a threat, get something going. Can anyone spot the KO? Eric actually did not spot the KO. Played very quickly. Very easy because, to be honest, if you don't even spend the moment to consider bishop g6, you would never do it. And bishop f1, let's not forget that white's position is still insanely good here. We're still winning a pawn. c4 is actually not an improvement for black. Knight e2, bishop c3, and you're just getting killed. So, yeah, of course, bishop g6. It's a nice move. We have this, and then we win b7 at the end. Still very findable. Not like out of reach, but it's only a move you can find if you're looking for it. I'm sitting here doing commentary. I can see the bar going up. So I'm like, okay, there's got to be something here. It doesn't take a genius to play bishop g6 in that case. Very easy to spot. But if you just don't have a trigger to even look for a tactic like this, you're not even going to consider it, because it's a move that I feel like I'm threatening after rook h7, but I don't feel like I'm threatening it before, ever. So I wouldn't even be looking for this. I would have probably played bishop f1 as well. So bishop f1. Yes, missing a really pretty tactic, bishop g6, but still knight e2 and bishop c3. Plus, we're still winning a pawn. Looks fantastic. Okay, I guess bishop g3 was played. Yeah. Rook takes h7 looks very easy, especially because we have knight e2 next, which hits the bishop and goes there. So rook h7 looks phenomenal to me. It's true, Eddie, but it's just, this one is somehow more understandable. It's like you're not even considering it. Especially because bishop g6, it's not like if you don't take that opportunity to play that tactic that you might not be winning. Eric's position is so winning that you're not even looking for a move like that, because you're like, okay, bishop here, c4 is garbage. I'm just going to take h7 next. There's no need to be on high alert for a tactic there, because it's over. Like, you just rook h7, you're going to win a pawn. That's it. I actually can't remember, Eddie, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Very funny. I have to hunt for that. Interesting. I guess I would have expected rook takes, but no particular problem with that. Why do you think Eric didn't want to take? It's probably no big difference, but I wonder why I chased the bishop. Because the bishop, to me, I guess doesn't look good there. I guess bishop here, are you going all in on the chasing the bishop tactic? Like f4, bishop g7, and then take? I don't know. No, Airbus driver, just a great opening choice by Eric. It's a line that's known to be very, very unpleasant for black to deal with. And to be honest, black's an FM. I just don't think he's had much experience in this line. And the first time the line was played against me, I also had a very unpleasant experience. But to be fair, that was back in 2017. So maybe a little more surprising he's not aware of it now, because this FM is going to go back and analyze this game and realize that he's probably never going to play this line ever again. It's not like he played particularly poor moves. It's that the position was particularly poor. You're just not supposed to handle this in this way. This endgame is known to be very bad for black, and all it takes is one game against a strong player to experience what that feels like over the board. It feels helpless. White's got all the play, and just it's hope. Like, I would never play this position. So Eric's more than comfortable here. Pawn on g5 wins the game. H-pawn's going down. Black's bishop and knight are both blocked by his own pawns. Like, nothing is good here. Nothing is good. Ooh, bishop b4, I just realized. That's a nasty check coming too. Bishop a5, bishop b4. These are all like useful moves to just like get the bishop out of the way if needed. I think bishop e3 might be the next move. Like, if black plays king f8, of course Eric should take. But without that, I guess you really don't need to. d4 to me is worthy of consideration, but I guess bishop check and bishop c5. I tried to book Wild Hacks and Eddie for Thursday Mannered Monkey, but Wild Hacks has a, and I quote, busy next week. Methodical game from the chief. Always funny interactions from Wild Hacks and Eddie. Oh, getting very close. Force a draw. Thank you for the 68 months. With Prime. Thank you, Fad. Black has a very unpleasant move to make next. There's no good moves left. D4 doesn't seem to work. I mean, what do you do? 97. You're just getting blasted on the dark squares here, and you're losing H7 at the end of every line. So I don't even know what to recommend. Yeah, A5 stops the check. It's definitely a move. I don't know. It just looks brutal. White is about to play like bishop e3, bishop d4, trade these, and win a pawn. Even without being up a pawn there, it looked very good. Yeah, knight on d4 would be absolutely like the end of the game. Like this position looks so good, right? The only reason that this is like holdable for black is the knight covering. So I would take white here in this position, not winning the pawn. That's how good white's position is. But then on top of everything, I can just go take the pawn. I'll probably do this just to control d4 and then take. It just looks so good. But this move looks really annoying. All right. I'm just going to grab a drink. I'll be right back, guys. Position looks very good, though. Position looks very good. I'm going to leave the cam on and everything. All right, I'm back. Got some food here. All right, what's going on? What do we miss? Eric played d4. This is exactly what we thought, right? D4, bishop b4, bishop c5, bare minimum. I thought was really good. Okay, there's probably also other moves as well. Hey, what's up, stuff thing? Raided. Sorry, I was getting some food. Thanks a lot. Welcome, welcome. You and the crew here. Is f4 bad? No, not at all. f4 is a fine move. Question is, do you play this and then this, or do you just play this? Either way, doesn't bishop c5 just come close to winning the game? I think Eric is in a commanding position here because this is such a basic tactic. Eric wants to make his opponent suffer. I don't know about that. There's still like some finesse last minute. You know, I wouldn't say it's completely done, but this is in conversion territory. You know how sometimes you're like, oh, you have an advantage, but I don't know if it's completely winning. This is a completely winning advantage. Oh, this is hanging as well. So here, bishop g7, and then bishop here, d3. I don't know if it's good or not to have played f4. It definitely feels good, right? But it's more to calculate because you expose the bishop. So I don't know. Feels like it made a little bit more sense to not. I would say the direct bishop c5 looks proper. Agreed, Eddie. This is looking like a full mount here. I'm having some shakshuka. Hey, Hillbuck. Oh, I don't think there's much to it. Croatia's beautiful. Makes good content. Thanks for the 75 months, Hillbuck. Relentless is a great word for Eddie. The lad is definitely relentless. Yeah, Baz, I was just talking about that. I'm having shakshuka. If you just joined, we're definitely happy here. Great position, can play for a win. Eric should get the win here. And we'll either be first place or tied for first going into the last round. Eric played the white side of a Taimanov. Nice move. Still up some good time here. And Eric's position is much easier to play than Black's. I think the main question was, you know, F4 or no F4. That's it. And by the way, Black really only has one move here, right? Moving the bishop like that makes no sense. So to me, this is the only move to consider. Bishop c5, I'm assuming will be the next plan. And then it's hard for me to recommend anything except d3. I mean, any kind of knight move, I just put bishop takes d4 and game is over. So think it has to be this. Taking does not seem beneficial for white, so I don't really have any interest in that if I'm Eric here. And yeah, here, to be honest, it's not my game, so I haven't done all the necessary calculations. I don't know if taking, check, like I don't know what's the better option. This might lead to mate or something. I don't know. Rook f1, rook f7. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about d3, knight d4 is king d5, but maybe that works as well. Just this looks a little bit too much. King's very active, actually. I don't really like these pieces anymore. So bishop c5, Eric plays it. Fantastic move. Opponent under pressure. Really like the way Eric's played this game. It's a beautiful positional game so far. I don't know what Black's going to do, but I only expect d3 here. And Eric's got more time. He's not in a stressful position. There's lots of hanging pawns here. There's d3. Yeah, I just saw that, Baz. Ingebrigtsen definitely deserved a medal out of this year's Olympics. Very impressive. He's so dominant. I think this is the only other move that would really be considered instead of bishop takes knight, but bishop takes knight for sure looks good. Slow platinum. Are you live on the ground in Croatia right now? You play in the same tournament? This is nice. Some kind of... Wait a minute. I was about to play here. Oh wait, it does work. I scared myself for a second. thought thought I choked it out. I mean, we could very well see check, right? But if the king's not going there, of course, we expect the king to go somewhere here, here, takes, bishop takes, and obviously now it's no longer about that. It's just about like the pieces dominating the board. But if you think about it, technically the pawns are even for a very brief second. But no, this is bare minimum. Eric is going to be up a pawn with a dominant position. Bare minimum. But also keep in mind, like, black's position is not easy to play. Nobody defends better than an engine. I think realistically, if you like flip the board and look at it from black's perspective, like, are we joking here? Position looks like complete trash. It looks unplayable. Knight d4. Unfortunately, king d5 is a very strong reaction. Yeah, you don't want to let black's king kind of like crawl into the center of the board here. How are you doing in the tournament there, Slow Platinum? Nice that you got to meet Eric. Rook e3 makes sense. Okay. Only two moves to consider. King d5 makes pretty much no sense. Blocking the bishop as well. Just to check. No, I don't think this is anything. This is Surgeon G. That's correct. Well, Brotishka, I can say that if you do this, King f5 might be a little bit more playable. I don't really know. I'm not saying black should do it, but the nice thing about doing this first is you still have your knight on the board, so you're kind of discouraging black from maybe making these moves because your knight can still be used like offensively. So maybe just restricting the amount of replies. Okay, here we go. Bishop g2 is pretty much forced. Like, if you don't take that pawn, what are you doing? You're just suffering for no reason, right? So you at least have to take it to even things up temporarily. Rook is going to move, and then honestly, this pawn is like probably dropping as well. So what happens here? Takes, king c6, bishop d4, takes, and if bishop here, we just play that. Yeah, this pawn is just dead. So as I said, bare minimum, Eric's going to be up a pawn, but also like up a pawn and maybe taking more pawns, up a pawn, and the king's in the middle of nowhere. So just so many good things about this position. And maybe there's even a better line than that, but that just looked simple and straightforward. I mean, you're not going to thrive with your king in the middle of the board. Squidward tennis balls, 79 months. Prime. Thank you, Squidward. We're doing it slow. Phenom Monkey, welcome. 96 months. Holy shit. Jesus. 8 years. Thank you, Phenom. I know. 8 years. Crazy. It's a lot of months. Well, the exact line that I just put on the board earlier has appeared on the actual board. And this just looks like a walk in the park for Eric in terms of conversion. Rook e8. This is a tricky move, actually. But it's also... It makes me think... It makes me think things are like very forced. Yeah, takes, and then I think you just take here. These pawns hold the pawns back. The G pawn is still holding back the F and the H pawns. I mean, this is just over. Bishop C4, and then 2 more pawns are hanging. Yeah, you're not wrong, Tabar Jack. That's actually, it's on my list. You're not wrong. At the time, though, this is how long you and a few others have been subbed. At the time, when we were making the badges, you couldn't actually make a sub badge past 8 years. That was the maximum that they even had available. So that's why there's no 9-year badge. But so I have to look into it. I'm assuming that it's possible now, but I remember we updated like every single sub badge, and 8 years was the cap. So you you exceeded Twitch's expectation. But it's been on my list to look into that, because it definitely has been a little bit since we added all those, and I imagine it is possible now. They thought, Tommy, they thought. Rook e4 makes the most sense, to be honest. Because if you go c3, rook takes f4 doesn't look proper. Eric will, I guess, have to take. Bishop e5 or bishop d4. To be honest, both look good. Bishop e5 or something. But we're going to have two connected pass pawns eventually over here. Yeah. And this looks quite good. Eric is only up one pawn, but it's basically like being up two pawns. Again, this G pawn is completely immobilizing these, so these pawns are effectively irrelevant. The king's even cut off as well. We're going to play rook d2 with bishop there, and b3, c4, king b2. It's going to be a nice methodical win from Eric here. This is totally over. If the rooks are traded off, are there any drawing chances? Unfortunately not. I mean, are there any? Yeah, there are some, but nothing realistic. Problem is black's pawns are all immobile, and white's going to get two connected pawns no matter what here. And the connected pawns can't really be stopped because there's no way black can sack for them. But that being said, Eric is obviously going to be careful not to trade the rooks unless he needs to. C4. Yeah, f6, pawn takes. Not crazy, Tim. Definitely not. But not dangerous, it has to be said. I think you can ignore that. Like, you want to pass pawn, but you realize, like, moves like this never work. Number one, this, but also a pawn takes. Like, you can't be that crazy. You can't be that reckless. Okay, we'll most likely see these moves. To be honest, king d2 is completely crushing because then the rook has no moves. I hope he brings it to you, ABD. This is like just vintage Eric Hansen. Get to witness the technique. So you want to be careful. C5 may be a fine move, but when you have pawns like this with opposite bishops, you don't want to just start running one like very far away from the others. You also generally don't want to start running them so that they're on dark squares, same color as your bishop. So they're very easy to blockade. So you would almost always in this case want to play a move like a4. I know it's a little surprising, but like we like light square pawns and dark square pieces. So this, king d2, and then probably a4, or maybe even, yeah, a4, a5, rook b6 looks like a very effective way to try to maybe even win the a pawn there. But yeah, king c3, king up to c5, a4, a5, and eventually we'll either play this or we can like use our rook and bishop. Because I mean, what, black's gonna sit here and do absolutely nothing? Probably not, right? So I'm almost sure we'll get this. C5 is not crazy because it It may get all the way up the board, but I think in general, you're not really supposed to do these moves. Here's a bad time to even show it because we dropped the A pawn here, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see something like this. Do you ever trade rooks now? I think you can trade rooks here. I think so. I would not do it though, if that makes sense. It's like there could be a situation where maybe you're not supposed to. So if the rooks were forced off the board somehow, it's like I would still feel good about winning, but I wouldn't want to volunteer that. ERIC is currently #1 in the tournament. Correct. He was #1 at the start of the tournament. He's still in that same position. Go Chief. Oh, I think we got some moves here. Wasn't refreshing. King D3, King C3, Rook E2. So I was gonna say I assume A4, but okay, A4, Rook E3. Because I'm just looking at this and like usually this is not what you want. I guess it might still be winning, but I feel like you're not super happy. So this is a good moment where the move Rook D2 comes into play and you start to wonder what happens there. To me, it looks like really feels like it should be still winning. I don't trust this engine because I just don't see. I don't see how we fail to mobilize these pawns. Here, for example, A4 is just done. So you go here, bishop A4, I guess. Huh. This is about as tricky as black could be. So if you play that, we can play B5. If you play that, we can play King B3. As soon as we get this and B5, the game should be over. But if black plays here and tries to stay in this position, then interestingly, we can also play B5. And there's a nasty bit of zugzwang that's going to happen here. Yeah, at any point we could go pick up this pawn, but because picking up that pawn doesn't really help us, I don't see any reason to do it. And when we go do this, black could maybe attack all of our pawns and force them to go all on dark squares, which would make the defense really easy. But Eric's probably thinking about this because he's like, the thing about trading rooks in an endgame like this is, as black, you probably just trade no matter what because you're like, maybe my opponent missed something. Maybe this is a draw. And as white, you're like, man, I know I'm winning with the rook on the board. It might be immediately winning without it, but I'm not 100% sure. And once you trade the rooks, there's no going back. Like, you might have just thrown away the win. However, if just because of Eric's moves, I feel like rook d2 is a real possibility here. A3, I suppose, is possible. So is A4. But those were the moves that I would have expected maybe here. Like A4 like this. Looks like we're gearing up for a move here. We're certainly gearing up for one with both players having 6 minutes. Hey, differential forms. Eric's playing style? It's a good question. I wouldn't say, like, when you think of me, probably a bit more positional, endgames, etc. I think Eric has a more universal style. He plays a lot of the openings he should at his level, like e5, c5. He's able to play a lot of the conventional kind of boring stuff, which I think you need to do once you're 2600 plus. But definitely a more universal style. He doesn't shy away from tactical positions, but he's definitely very comfortable in sort of these like slow, grindy positions as well. But definitely not overly theoretical, that's for sure. I think he has a pretty good like natural understanding and ability, as opposed to a studied understanding and ability. Elo shown is FIDE rating. I think Eric is putting this move together. I'll be honest. It's the main move to consider here because it keeps all your pawns. I think that it works. I think that it wins. But I would be very nervous to play it over the board because, as I said, you can't go back. You're just throwing everything away. If you're wrong, then it's like, So, no doubt, rook d2 was the only consideration. No doubt. A4 on the board. Okay, A4. Basically, the same idea as playing A4 now. I know it looks weird to advance these pawns like this, but it's just so standard when you're playing opposite bishops. You advance the pawns usually on the same color as the opponent's bishop. So if we see some checks, whatever, it seems like the king can escape pretty nicely. I thought that this check was the most dangerous because of king here, bishop c2. But now I'm realizing, you know, if Eric wants to, he could also play this. And imagine that black plays this. This is an example of how black could make the draw. Because now you have to move your pawn. I can station my bishop here to stop b5. And then I can bring my king in like this. So this is a crazy example of how black would be able to hold this opposite bishop endgame. So this comes very close. Very close. King b4 can be played. Initially, I was bothered by this, though. But remember, the position looks lost for black. So black is also approaching this position with the mentality that like there's not much to play for, which works in white's favor. Right, rook d7. Definitely. But if I'm black, I'm very happy to trade this pawn for even both of those pawns. It should still be losing. Like I'm definitely going to be losing there, but okay, a5 played. Well, this is definitely the best move according to the engine, which is why you can see the eval hovering more central. I think rook d5 makes sense. These moves would be the worst moves on the board. Rook d5 trying to take, but you can see how you're probably going to be losing something. Right? No way we're keeping all three of our pawns. Rook d5 allows a trade of rooks. Yeah, see, here's the thing that I don't like. If you're going to trade rooks, then I would have done it voluntarily on my previous turn, which was rook d2, before playing a4 and a5, you know? But it does look like ERIC is realizing that the move he wants does allow a trade of rooks. I haven't actually worked out whether that's winning or not. But at this point, he honestly might not have a choice. It's tough to figure a move other than rook d5. I don't know. So I think you just have to play it. Yeah, he plays it. You have to play it. You must. And then you have to go into that line and you just have to convince everybody that it's winning for white. But it's going to be close. This is definitely a worse version than with the 3 pawns on the board as we had them previously. So that's why I would have preferred this, probably in hindsight. This gives decent chances. So let's look at it. This is the line, right? You have to take with the c pawn, I assume, because this doesn't look good at all. Bishop here. b4. It's all the same. King b5. So the thing that is annoying is this king will get here to prevent this king from invading. And then even though the pawn will advance, you can hold the pawn here. And if the king goes to b6, you play king or bishop there. So I don't feel that good about this position. I'm not gonna lie. But Eric was kind of forced into it because what else do you play? You have to play rook d5. But a4 was just not the right move here. We needed, we needed like, let's say bishop there, a4 right away. And then a5, etc., etc. So here's why I don't feel good about it. I think this is going to happen. White can play this, and then black holds the pawn. Okay, so then we go here to try to advance the pawn. But the second we go here to try to advance it, now black takes the opportunity to hit the pawn. And if you ever push the pawn, it becomes an immediate draw because now it's impossible to advance the pawn here. If you play a6, then essentially black just waits. And the second that you play king a7, I was going to say king a7, we could go here, but king b7. No, king c8. So king c8, d7, and then king b8, a7, a8. Wow. And look at this. After all this hard work, the fact that black has an h-pawn is entirely relevant. Because how do you stop king g4? Oh, bishop f6 is killer. Bishop f6 is just murder. That wins for white on the spot. So black must have f6. It is f6. And now we can do this. And pawn takes, we take a step back to cover this. And literally the pawn just goes because the bishop is in such an unfortunate position. Jeez. Well, these moves, I mean, you can play king c4 here to try to delay things and maybe reposition everything before you go for the b4 move. But I'm not sure that's particularly helpful. Could be, though. I'm not going to lie. King c4 with the idea of like trying to put the bishop to d8. Obviously with 2 minutes. "30 seconds is the increment." So king e7. Problem is that when you're playing opposite bishops, you can always hold the pawns very easily, right? First of all, that move is impossible, but even if it was, it's very easy to hold one pass pawn. I was thinking of trying to play a5 and like giving black a pass pawn, but then also having 2 of our own. But this move is just ineffective because of this fortunate bishop e4 and very tricky. Obviously, with the amount of time Eric is spending here, he does not see anything and is probably generally unhappy with how things have gone. And the opponent also is gaining some confidence, most likely, because of all that. But as I said, b4, hard to really play a different move than that. Black must take. And the reason I say must take is because it brings the king backwards. If you play this, then what I'm not enjoying is that the king can try to sneak its way in. This looks very, well, it looks better. So I think we want bishop a4. But a takes b4 is the normal reaction here. The thing about opposite bishop positions is once you find your defensive setup, once you find the setup, it's very easy to defend. But locating the setup under time pressure can be very difficult. So we'll see how complicated Eric can make it here. I think he needs to take this pawn, even though I would definitely consider a5, but it's just, yeah, you just have to take it. Well, the eval bar is showing more than +1 because the material is. But the engine is extremely unreliable in opposite bishop endgame, so I wouldn't put much stock into it. Roberto Mondavi, thank you very much. Tier 3 for a couple years together. And 100 bits. Thank you, Roberto. Okay, bishop d1, natural move. I mean, it's hard not to play a5 because can you really make any progress unless your pawn's on a5? Now, I'm not going to lie. Right here on this move I would say is quite important right here. And the reason I say it's important is because I think that white's trying to achieve king d6. And so king c8 makes sense. But the problem with king c8 is your bishop is not quite here to cover a6. So I thought, I mean, what was the line that I put down on the board earlier? It was king c8, king d7, rushing the king there, and then like guarding the bishop, or guarding the a6 pawn with that bishop. So Eric played a5, and this is the position that you want. You want your opponent with a minute on the clock they haven't yet established the perfect like defensive setup, and it's quite possible that the wrong bishop move here doesn't set you up well for success. So yeah, what I think is that whenever the king goes here, the bishop goes here, and I don't really know how to make progress past that. Okay, it goes here, king c5. I mean, obviously the only attempt. Yeah. So if king c8, king c6 looks smart. No, there's no extra time. Deep on opener, thanks for the 7 months with Prime. This is a very complicated endgame. But yeah, essentially when the king goes here, my understanding is the bishop should go there. And not bishop even on e4, because then maybe you could move the bishop, go king e5 and push, but bishop here looks proper. So definitely I want to play my king here. And then definitely I want to move my bishop. And definitely I want to play my king to e5. That feels like the best attempt. Another way to go about it would be king here and like putting the bishop that way in king e5, but let's say bishop here, bishop will have to move somewhere, king here, and then bishop c4. Yeah, attacking these pawns is no good. White can go here and win 2 pawns, and all black needs is the bishop there. And keep in mind, this pawn is the wrong color. That might matter later on in this position. Anyway, I still think the most natural attempt is king d6. Pawn here feels like black can arrange a very good setup of king c8. But this is closer to what we were looking at before, right? It was like king here, a6 I was talking about. But I think you put this bishop here, and then any pawn, any king move, it just doesn't matter. You leave the king there, leave the bishop here, and it's just a draw. Eric played king d6. As I said, the only reasonable attempt. Good move. Bishop c4 is the only move I've been talking about here. It's the only move worth playing, in my opinion. This could be played. I could see this. Yeah, okay. Well, that might be the break that we need. I much preferred bishop c4. It felt like the right diagonal to be on. Bishop e4. Eric goes bishop d4. And the reason why I wasn't sure about this is because after king here, pawn push, king f6 is also going to hit this pawn, which is quite nice. And meanwhile, we're still hanging on to all of our pawns. So it's not like we're trading pawn for pawn. King e5, Did Eric just win? Not quite. Not quite. We're working on it. D-File, thanks for gifting a sub. To Brotishka. And Sun and Leo, thanks for the 37 months. So obviously the only real continuation is to play d6 at some point. The thing is, after d6, king c6, I think we need to play a6. You know what I mean? So like, if we play d6 now, king c6, a6, the pawn gets to a7. That feels pretty good, because then the bishop's tied down. We can clean up all these pawns. I feel like Eric is putting the bishop on b6, and I wonder if it should be further back so that we play d6 and kind of get our king around like this. So that would be the setup I would expect here. So let's say, okay, bishop f2, d6, and then you see the setup that I'm trying to go for. Like, if the bishop goes like this, we get to snake our king around. Nobody cares about this pawn for now. And although black can cover the pawn, nobody's covering this pawn now. Okay, so Eric's gone bishop b6. He weaseled the king around, and there's no way he's going for this d6 plan now. a6, king c6. Does that do anything? Bishop e4. Oh, not king c6. d6. Better move order. Yeah, I was thinking for a sec like this, but you're just pinning yourself, and I was like, no, there's no progress. He wants d6. The only move is this, and then king c6, and then you just save your bishop and push. I think king d4, after bishop e2, king c5, it could have allowed that same idea that I was trying to get before, king c8, king d7. I think that's why the engine wasn't like a super fan of Eric's idea. However, his opponent was pretty much just shuffling, like, there were a lot of intricacies to the position, and he was just shuffling, not realizing that Eric was actually up to something. But I definitely think that black could have set up something with king c8, d7 there. Really, really, like, tense and complicated endgame. But I think Eric managed it. Okay, he doesn't take it. Obviously, this is a good sign. Essentially, because the king didn't take, there's not really much to do. a7 is about to win the game, so black's next move is completely forced. It's king b8. Bishop a4? No, but this a7 wins easily now. Basically, a7, you have to go here, and then you have to go here, but I get to play this, and now it's over. Airbus driver, I think Eric's going to finish just in time for you, buddy. So a7, king d6, king e7 looks sufficient. Honestly, it would be a real shame not to win this game because it was so one-sided. It was so done since the opening. But I don't think Eric will be too happy with with things getting to the point where it was opposite bishops. Thanks, Roberto Mondavi. The gifted sub. Go, Chief. At this point, it's just conversion phase. There's still one more round. Tournament's not over. Yeah, well, there you go. That's a win. Eric showing the classic disgust. Except here he has so many reasons to. It was a beautiful game. Just this conversion at the end was very inefficient. It felt like if you were going to trade rooks, do it on your own terms there. But also, maybe a4 could have just been played right away. This bishop move, rook e2, isn't very convincing. But yeah, I thought this was actually going to be really easy conversion. This endgame, however, I do think it was drawn. Really interesting because if anyone's in the Chessbrot gym, we actually pretty much literally just covered this exact concept. So it's interesting to look at these opposite bishop endgames now. But the defensive technique here of putting the king here can be utilized. So king here, at this point, I'm looking to hit the pawn. And then from this moment, essentially, I just leave my king on c8. And it's like when white's king is going like that, black's king can mirror it. And you can play king a7, you can play a6, but there's no escaping other than back here. And as soon as the pawn goes to a7, the bishop's watching it, the king's watching this pawn, there's no breakthrough. Go, chief. A huge win. Doesn't really matter how you get it. It's a massive win. So Volodin actually won his game, which means that, oh, by the way, this guy beat the GM. Interesting. Almost every other GM won their game. So Eric winning means he's tied for first with Volodin, and obviously they haven't played, so it's a forced pairing that needs to happen. And both of them just played white. Yeah, so both of them are supposed to get the black pieces. So it's kind of awkward. Except they're both leading the tournament going into the last round, so you have to pair them. Very, very technically, I think Eric will get the black pieces here. That's just how the rules work. But it would be crazy for them not to play each other. The only two guys with 7.5 points in the last round. It just doesn't make sense. But let's just say I would not be surprised by a draw. And it kind of fits with a lot of the narratives that I was talking about, like how 8 points would usually be the correct score to win these type of 10-round tournaments. Eric won today. If they draw, they share first place in the tournament, but not sole first place. Obviously, whoever wins between them would win outright. What time does round 10 start tomorrow? I'm not going to be commentating it. It's at a slightly unfortunate time. It's one of our early ones, 4 a.m. Eastern. So I think we'll be commentating it, but we'll have it on our Kick channel. It won't be me. What's a post-game analysis, Roberto Mondavi? We spent all of today analyzing the game. Oh, tomorrow's game. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Very exciting. Nice win for the Chief. Damn, the US just nudged out Botswana in the 4x400. Just. Is the Chief guaranteed first? Well, with a win here, this is what we're looking at. Guaranteed first is obviously not the case. He has 7.5. Someone else has 7.5. So if they draw, he's guaranteed a tie for first. If he wins, he's guaranteed sole first. If he loses, obviously he's not. Obviously, he's not coming first, and probably not even top 3. No, the round is at 4 a.m. tomorrow. So that's the annoying part. Is it won't be me doing the 4 a.m. coverage, but I think the plan is to have the Iceberger on call, which is he's commentated our previous 4 a.m. rounds on our Kick channel, but I don't actually know for sure. But that's what we have been doing. Do you know Eric's color for tomorrow? Nope. Pairings aren't out yet, but unless something extremely weird happens, Eric should play Voladin and he should have the black pieces. They both just played white. The higher rated player usually has to defer and swap to black. So that's probably what we'll see. Voladin against Hansen. Eric with the black pieces. Taimanov with black. I don't actually know what Volodin plays. Yeah, d4. d4. Yeah, this guy's a d4 player through and through. d4 through and through. Yep, could very well be Tommy. Seems very likely. Nimzo is a pretty reliable one of Eric's. Thanks, Canadian Rock Fan, for the 41 months with Prime. King Crucify, 22 months with Prime. Venatores, thanks for the 3 months with Prime. Got Koala, 25, also with Prime. Nice little Prime train there. Eric got the win, so very, very happy. I think he definitely deserved the win. He won't be happy messing that up at the end into what could have been a draw if it was maybe all done like, you know, completely proper. Yeah, he does, Tommy. I just haven't seen him play in a long time, and that opening isn't in the best place right now in terms of theory. When's the last round? It's at 4 a.m. tomorrow, so won't be me commentating. Four a.m.'s a little brutal. Yeah, Eastern time. So 4 a.m. Eastern. Check our Kick channel. That's probably where it's going to be. But this was nice. Really happy. No matter how you get the point, this was the game Eric needed to win. I think that much is clear. Right? He's playing down. He has the white pieces. It's an interesting move. Knight takes g2 by black in this game. I don't know what the miscalculation was, but so he has checkmate here, and it makes me think that his miscalculation was that it's no longer checkmate. Because black is just better here. Like, it just has a fantastic position. But, like, you can understand everything. So maybe that was what was missed. It's a pretty bad blunder, especially with tons of time on the clock. The Quadro, thanks for the 4 years. Appreciate you, buddy. And that's actually going to be it for me today. not going to be streaming any longer. I usually don't stream on Saturdays, but of course, can't miss a game from the Chief. And as I said, the next game is 4 a.m. Eastern, so check our Kick channel for that. Hopefully we get our good buddy Aiden the Iceberger from Australia to help us out with commentary. Yes, Oiwa to everybody. Nice win by Eric. He's co-leading the tournament. We'll see what his pairing ends up being, but I can almost guarantee he'll have black against Alexander Volodin. Draw gives him tied for first at the end of the tournament. A win gives him first place all on his own. And a loss, a lot of people are going to catch up or surpass him. So losing is not an option. Everybody have a good rest of your Saturday. I'm out for now.